Hey, everybody. So we are continuing with our process for the essentials of intuition. And, yesterday we worked the aspects that associated with the instinctive responses of the feelings and emotions, and also how we process things with the brain. Right now in this Sigma 5, we're taking those three components and we're starting to utilize them on how we interact with the environment, how we interact with our surroundings, with our social interactions, things of this nature. So again, we're still working those same oils. If you want to rotate and use something a little bit different that's on the list, feel free to do that. But this first part in segment 5, which is at the top of page 6, we're again looking for your sages, eucalyptus smithy, lavender, spruces, sitka, anything of that nature. So just take a minute, get your stuff together. In this first piece, we're looking at situational awareness. So I want you to be aware of the things, not so much in your environment, like, oh, there's a kitchen table and there's a chair and I want you to pay attention to the situations. I have this thing going on in the family. I have this thing going on at work. I have this thing going on with my friends. I have this going on when I look at the news. Like the news counts for situational awareness. So observe the things going on with the people around you, the situations, whatever that might be. And as you do that, continue to observe and just start taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Mm-hmm. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, so we did situational awareness. You're going to just pause for a second. And before you inhale, check in with your body. Not so much where you hurt or you're aching, your pain, but as you sat and did your situational awareness, where do you feel that in your body? Do you feel it in your chest, in your back, in your legs, in your jaws? Wherever you feel it in your body, start taking long, slow, deep breaths. So you're being aware of your body. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your body. And then just be still. Just be still. Now your awareness is on your spine. It's either the whole spine or a spot in your spine. There's some spot in your spine that jumps out at you. Your awareness is there. Otherwise, your awareness is on the whole spine itself. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Again, situational awareness. Think of things that you're involved in, relationship, work, the news, a project, your spiritual practice, whatever it is, healing. Observe it. And now begin inhaling. Be still. Just let go of the breathing. Just be still. Let it incubate. As you're sitting there and letting it incubate, pay attention to your body. Where do you feel it in your body? You feel it in your chest, in your shoulders, in your feet, in your head. Begin inhaling with wherever your awareness is right now. They're just being still. Awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with whatever area jumps out at you in your spine. Heaviness, denseness, agitation. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just be still. Just be still. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. So again, Paracelsus, Gilead, emotional release, Melissa, Galbanum, Cystis. And from the pay kit, St. John's Wort.
What was that first one we used?
Violet healer.
First one was-
Okay. So you have the next one. You're beginning to inhale. Again, situational awareness. Think of the situations around you. They can be good, they can be bad, they can be neutral.
Think of the thing.
What's that?
Think of the things around you.
Situational awareness. Relationships, work, your practice. If the news is a thing, if the news is a thing for you, do the news. Long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and let go. Just pause and let go for a minute. Your awareness is on your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Not about an ache or a pain. It's about where you feel something in your body after you practice situational awareness. Where do you feel it in your body? Your awareness is on that part of your body. Begin inhaling. Pause and be still. As you're being still, start exploring your spine. Where do you feel something in your spine? Begin inhaling with your awareness on the spine. And then just be still. Think of your situations again, relationships, work, practice, mm, the news, whatever is the thing in your life. You're inhaling as you think of your situations. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. And as you're being still, where do you feel this in your body? Begin inhaling it with your awareness on your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and be still. Okay. Spinal awareness. Where do you feel it in the spine? Long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Be still. Just let it incubate. In letter C, we're going to go to assemblage point, allostasis, aloes, basil, a eucalyptus, or a cypress. So before you start inhaling, just start observing the situations in your world, the good, the bad, the neutral, the ugly, the great, the amazing, whatever it is. You're just really observing the things that are active in your life. If that's the news, also include the news. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the situation. Long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just let it all go. You're paying attention to your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Begin inhaling with your awareness on the body. Let it go. As you sit there, feel it in your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You start taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still. Again, think of your situations in and around your life and begin inhaling. And then pause and be still. Your awareness is on your body. You're paying attention to your body. Begin inhaling.
And then pause. And then your awareness is on your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. This one we had a little extra time, so anytime you slow it down and it makes it more intense, it makes it deeper. So on one level, we want to activate the three brains: the brain, the solar plexus, which is the brain in the gut, and then the root brain, which is not the root chakra, but the sex chakra, which is the lowest of the lowest part of the emotional body in your energy system. It's tied to instinctual responses. It's tied to how you interact with the environment and how you interact socially. Then we want to align them. Then we want to not only align them, but clean them up with the transmutation process that we were doing all day yesterday. Right? Once this starts to happen, then we want to be able to utilize this process in how we process information and interactions in our environment, and then eventually information and guidance that comes from the soul. So instead of just saying, let's do all this stuff at once and let's move forward and make it all happen, you go piece by piece and you develop certain aspects of these mechanics so that when you say do it, it's like you already have this piece in place. You already have this developed. So you can start to develop another piece. You're refining all these little pieces. And at first they're operating kind of individually, but then they kind of merge and there is a thing called an emergence where they become bigger than the sum of their parts, right? They become bigger than these little processes. They're all kind of functioning on their own. So, yesterday we spent time like building and activating the potential for us to have intuition. And then we start going, now let's take that intuition, let's go outside, right? Let's go outside, let's start playing with it. Let's see what it does in the environment. Let's see what it does in our situations. And we're not trying to necessarily problem solve. We're just kind of trying to open up the pipeline between us and the things that we're interacting with. You know, you don't have to go and look for something that's mysterious or something. If you just look at the things that are going around you, eventually you start to get information. And we haven't started talking about this in this circle, but even like when we do this practice without oils and Astara, not only do we look at the environment, we look at our situations, and then we check it in with our spine and everything. We even start tweaking it so that you can look at inanimate objects. Like say you're in a room and something happened 6 months ago and you'd really like to have some of that information. Well, you know, unless there was cameras or recording or somebody was there, hard to have something because you don't have a witness, right? Well, inanimate objects can also be a witness if you know how to tap into it, right? It's very shamanic. It's like what you would do in a mystical practice. But even the idea of going to a temple and tapping into a statue or a relic, same idea. It's the same idea. You're just tapping into something very, very divine. You know, you go somewhere and there's a little piece of a saint somewhere or a hat that somebody wore or something like that. You tap into it and you get to experience them. You almost get to experience the things, the messages that they were bringing forth. Even when you meditate and you wear a shawl around your shoulders or you put something on your head, part of what you're doing is you're impregnating that with energy so that the next time you sit down and you meditate and you're busy and you put that shawl on, then you go, oh yeah, I remember what it was like to meditate that last time. You know, you're activating your energy body in a certain way to tap into something that you've already done, something you've already experienced, a realization that you already had. You know, think about little mementos that you have in your life where you're like, there was this rock that I picked up when I was at the Grand Canyon with my family when I was 4, and when I sit and I hold it, I can remember it. There's a science to that. That's not just a thing. It's not just like a little memory that you triggered. There's actual mystical science to that. You know, at first, it's because we have a personal connection to something. After you learn how to do it, you can pick up the information regardless if you had a connection to it or not. Very interesting. Intuition has lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of layers. It's just like your radio in your car, or at least the old days, your radio in the car. I don't know about these days, but you could sit and fine tune and you could pick up all different kinds of music, talk radio, whatever it is, just by tweaking the dial a little bit. Same thing with intuition. You can sit and pick up all kinds of information if you know how to tweak the dial. So you could say this class, another way to say this class is tweaking the dial. You're just learning to start tweaking the dial. I mean, when I was doing corporate stuff, I was going into industries. I had no background, like no background. And I'd come up with these pieces of information. They were like, how long have you been in this industry? I was like, oh, about 20 minutes, you know, maybe 30 minutes, you know, last week. And it was just because I knew how to tweak the dial. That's it. Most times I change the subject, by the way. Hey, nice shoes, because, you know, people aren't used to you being able to see things that they can't see. It's not some magical thing. It's just practice. It's just practice. Anybody can do it. Honestly, anybody could do it. If I could do it, I was super dense. Somebody had to hold my hand through the process because I was so mental about things. Right? If I can do it, you guys can do it. Most people have already a little bit of an innate ability. They just wouldn't call it by those words. I think I've told you the story where I'd work with CEOs and, I'd be doing work for them for, whatever reason. And I'd go, oh, I'd either say very intuitive or very clairvoyant. And they'd go, no, I'm not. I go, yeah, I can see you're in your body. Yeah, you are. And they're like, no, I'm not. It's like you have certain energy centers that are activated that makes you intuitive or clairvoyant. And they're like, nope. And then I'd go, well, when you have a really difficult problem, how do you resolve it? I think about it, I go to bed, and when I wake up, it's resolved. Like I have the resolution. I go, yeah, that's clairvoyance. And they're like, no, it's not. I go, what would you call that? And they go, I don't know. I think it out of my dreams. Kind of clairvoyance, but it's just people calling something by a different name, you know? So if that's the case, there's things that you already do that you call by a different name that is very, very intuitive. This isn't like some big foreign thing that you're being taught. You're refining some of the things you already are doing, right?
Process of life,
With it?
being able to put more like trust and faith
Yeah.
in
So,
what you did.
right. So Peter here was saying, like, it's almost like putting more trust and faith. Y- Yeah, I would say trust and faith that you have the ability to do it. And then as soon as you start to practice like processing the information, like you can almost tell like this is BS, this is real. This is BS, this is real. Like you know, when you eat a good salad for dinner and maybe, a little piece of fish or whatever, it's like, yeah, that was good, it was satisfying, but it makes your body feel good. And then the next day you sit down and you have like 12 donuts for dinner. It's like, yeah, it was delicious, but I feel kind of crappy. Things that are genuine in thought feel like the salad. Things that are made up or story feel like the donuts. Yeah, there's reason like it was food, but then it was like, but it doesn't make me feel very good inside. And it's not because you don't agree with it. It's just there's this feeling of like, ugh, right? And so we're still going to practice a little bit. Did somebody have something? Okay, so we're still going to practice a little bit of the three brain, and we're going to practice looking at the situation before we break for lunch. And so close your eyes for a moment. And begin with inhaling with your awareness on the sex chakra, the root brain. No oils. Yeah, yeah. You're just inhaling with your awareness on the sex chakra. And then your awareness on the Mingmen. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs, on the upper abdomen. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on your brain. Keep your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on your crown, the top of your head. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed and just listen to what I'm saying. Okay? Just keep your eyes closed and just hear what I'm saying. When you inhale, the seed for exhalation is there. As you exhale, the seed for inhalation is there. You don't have to make your breath happen, it just happens. So, in this state, you're observing things in your environment. You're observing situations. You're observing a difficulty or some project, some relationship that you have. You're just observing. You're not trying to problem solve. You're not trying to think it out with your logic. You're just observing something. You're being still, you're being present, and you're just taking in information as it comes to you. You're not trying to figure something out. You're just letting information come to you. In that stillness, the seed for activity is there, just like your breath. So if you're still and you're observing, proper action will eventually come to you. Proper information will eventually come to you. A proper perspective eventually comes. You just have to observe and be still. The seed is already planted. The email is already sent. You're just waiting for a response. So in this place, observe something in your life. Could be a problem, could be a relationship, could be the lack of something, could just be the future. And then just be still, keep your eyes closed, just let everything go. Let the observation go. Just let go. Okay, more to come. Shake it off. You can only dance so long before you gotta stop. You know what I mean? So we have a few minutes before we break for the Astara session in a few minutes. So let's go ahead and share experiences or type in. Unmute yourself. Mhm.
I mean, no shares
Oh.
yet.
Hey, Pig.
That's all I wrote. My husband always used to take all the pieces of a problem and when he and go to sleep.
Hmm.
And when he woke up in the morning, the puzzle was.
He'd have it solved. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And he wasn't spiritual, although became very much so. But he just, so I was always thinking it was his subconscious or unconscious. But I see it was,
Yeah, it's still part of that too.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So she was saying that like her husband, who didn't really practice or believe in any of, this kind of stuff, would observe all the different pieces of a problem, like in business. Is that where he was doing? Yeah. So he was an attorney. So he'd look at the case, he'd look at all the different pieces, and then he'd wake up and all the puzzle pieces fit together, like it was all assembled. So, something good.
Well, there's a famous story about Singer, the Singer sewing machine, because he had his brilliant thought about how the needle should work from a dream.
Huh.
And they were soldiers marching down the street, and they had these spears. But
Mhm.
at the bottom of the spear, there was a hole.
Huh.
And they were going up and down. And that's how he came up with the needle that dropped the stitch and came back up.
Oh, wow.
And the other story I was gonna tell was there was a man that I knew personally in Virginia. And he had bid on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge tunnels. And he won the bid, but had no idea how he was going to pull this off.
Mhm.
And it came to him in a dream. As I asked him, he said, I dreamed that, there was this dragon that was going over and under the water and over and under the water all the way across. And that's how he came up with what he did.
So they undulate?
They do. There are bridges, and then you go to a tunnel, then you come up, and
Huh.
it's a bridge, and you go under
Oh, yeah.
the tunnel.
It's crazy.
And that's how he came up with it.
So like Thomas Jefferson walked walls at Monticello. He
The
figured out,
serpentine walls, I mean.
he figured out it took less bricks to put an arch in the walls. And it was
The walls
as
go.
strong or stronger than if you used 2 bricks thick for a straight wall.
Yeah.
So people are sharing stories about like the guy that did the Singer sewing machine had a dream about how the sewing machine would work, and Thomas Jefferson building walls and yeah, like bridges being built. A lot of times like scientists are, especially really developed scientists, they're actually somebody's disciple. They just don't know it. And they're being given information, like a lot of times in dreams or in intuition, and what we would call a breakthrough in our circle, we'd say, oh, we had a realization. And they'd go, no, it's just science. But, I knew this one guy who was a biochemist. And when he spoke, like so much light would come down that I could barely stay awake. And I'd go, man, you're really intuitive and bringing it in. He was almost offended. He's like, I'm not intuitive. That's science. And I go, science can be intuitive. And he's like, no, it can't. Like it's like, and I was like, well, how do you process this thing? He goes, I don't know. It just comes together in my head. It's like, okay, that's science.
Well, you think part of science is being open-minded.
Right. So it's just interesting. When you really like spend time looking at what people say, we're really not that far off of saying the same thing. It's just the words sometimes are so different, and we've put so much identification and value on them that it seems very separate, but it's really not. Really not.
Have you ever read the Tao of Physics?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Tao of physics. Yeah.
And we had some-
That was light high school reading for me. Like I was like, that was very interesting. Yeah, the Tao of physics. God, I haven't thought about that book in ages. Yeah.
something big has shifted. After section A, I was incredibly present, clear and grounded. And also searching for the right word. It's not detached, more like here.
Yeah,
and
like
beyond.
present. Um, even if you look at different traditions, they'll say it in different ways. I always kind of like the idea of like the way the Buddhists will say it. They'll say no self. And really what that means is you're not fixated on like self-centered thinking, right? Like you're aware of things in the environment, you're still aware of yourself, but it's not, we have a tendency to be super focused on just everything us, right? And then as we grow and evolve, it starts to be about other people, and you're in a relationship, and hopefully you think of the other person, and then you have kids and you think of the kids, and we're slowly unwound into thinking of things more than just ourselves. And in the Buddhist tradition, they would call this like emptiness or no self. In kind of holistic or new agey things, you would say being a vessel. Like I'm being a vessel. Something's passing through you, and the thing passing through you is light or higher creativity. But it's like just like that person said, it's like being present. Like detached isn't necessarily a word because you still engage and you don't detachment. I mean, you could say detachment, but a lot of times the way people, I don't know, we have time. So, okay. So one time I was at this temple, like this is just a story, like of how people think of detachment. And, it's this temple that's built in the tradition, like in India, where the temple's built to last 1,000 years, but it's over on an island on Kauai, right? So, it's a Hindu temple, and it's not of my tradition, but like any traditions do anything, I usually stop and like, hey, and I hang out for a while, regardless of the tradition. And so I really like this temple. It's a beautiful place and everything. And so sometimes when I'm there, there'll be different festivals going on. And, I was there for one for Rama, and I was one there for Hanuman, and there's just these different things, and it's like, hey, when in Rome, I'm gonna do their little festival. It's like a little puja, a meditation, and so I don't know. One of those things was happening. I think it was a thing for like Ganesha or something, and so they don't really post things. You just, if you're there, you're there, and if you're not, you're not, right? And so, I'm there, it's like a couple of days away. And so I'm trying to ask people like, well, what time is the thing? When should I be here? What day is it? And there's a little bit of hush hush in that temple. So they don't always share things. So I started asking some of the people that were at the puja I was at. And so I asked this one person, uh, when is the thing for Ganesha? And her response was, I just feel like I'm not really attached. If I'm there, I'm there. And if I'm not, I'm not. And it's just better if you just go through life not really being detached. You're just really not engaging things, is the word she said. You don't really just engage things. Just if they happen, they happen. And it's like, I understand the idea of not being super attached, but I also want to be at the festival. So, like, do you have that information? She's like, you just kind of blow in the wind. And so, me being my mouthy self, I go, you have a job. And she goes, well, I keep changing jobs from, every couple months I have a job, and then I have another job, I have another job, I have another job. And I go, yeah, it's because you're not engaging anything. Like you have to be able to engage. Detachment is engage and be able to let go. But in New Agey circles, detachment a lot of times means I'm not going to engage. So if I'm thirsty, I'm going to pick up the cup and drink it, right? Detachment is when I'm done, I put it down. Not being able to detach is like, that was an amazing drink. I'm never putting this cup down ever again. I'm going through life with this cup in my hand, right? And so probably why you have a hard time, like it's detachment, but it's not. It's the ability to engage. I mean, you're very perceptive, whoever said that. You're very perceptive, where kind of the definition gets fuzzy sometimes because of other people's perception of what that is. So detachment is really the ability to engage and then detach and be able to just sit and be present. So I would say detachment is it, being present is it, but not detachment the way like new agey people think of detachment. Like I would say your old school detachment, not new version detachment. Like you're literally what Buddhists would call detachment, which is usually better. Yeah.
They added, the clarity about it is striking.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it? In the shamanic tradition, they would say sober. You're very sober, like you're not intoxicated by other people's thoughts, you're not intoxicated by the excitement of the situation, you're just being very present. But I kind of like the idea of saying detached better, but like the old school version of it. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey Teresa, we just have a couple minutes, so if we
Sure.
drop it, run, that's why.
Okay, then it's not personal. Okay, got it. um,
Like,
so
that's an amazing thing. Bye.
so just kind of following on the theme of detachment,
Mhm.
kind of yesterday and observing, if there's still something that you can't see that you're holding on to, like the ability to detach from a situation. I loved how you use the visualization of like, I'm going to carry this cup forever.
Mhm.
What process can you use to just kind of keep working that out of your system?
Yeah, that can be a rough one. So the thing is we have some wiring in our brain, like, say you really have kind of let it go mentally and you let it go emotionally, but it's still kind of, you're paying rent on it a little bit in the back of your head. Like it's not
Yeah.
forever, but just from time to time, it just kind of pops up. And
Yep.
there's this thing called episodic memory. And basically it means that a very specific event that has or a series of events that has a strong emotional charge or a lot of repetitive thinking, basically that it was painful or difficult or a conflict. Your brain doesn't want to let go of that because it's trying to predict when that's going to happen again, and it doesn't want to experience it anymore. And so even though everything you're letting it go, part of your brain goes, don't worry, I'll never forget. Right? So you almost have to like just do a little reboot of that
Mhm.
episodic memory.
Mhm.
And I can tell you that we covered it in a sleep class quite a while ago, but there's a stronger version since we're doing the 3 brain. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, fantastic. And I'm assuming that because the brain is still holding on to it, you're still sending out like little electrical charges. So thereby,
You're sending out little electrical charges, and the brain keeps thinking about it because it's like, "Duh, don't do that again. Just don't do that again. Avoid that."
Mhm.
How about we'll talk about it right when we come back because we have a minute to jump over, and so
Okay.
we'll talk about it right off the bat, right when we come back.
Fantastic. Thanks, Greg.
So we're gonna jump over to the Astara session. We'll be back from lunch at 1:30 and we'll hit the ground running. So I'll see you in an hour and a half. And if you want, join us. We're gonna work the body map, but in a way without oils. So I'll see you in just a few minutes. Hey, everybody, come on back. And I think I was in the middle of a conversation with Teresa before we jumped out. So if she's there,
I am here.
hey,
So
hey.
we were talking about a protocol for releasing episodic memory.
Oh, yes, there you go. Okay, so you know, we taught like a version of it in the sleep class like several years ago. This is a stronger version. It's it's a little bit different than how we do like the chakral patterns. So first, your awareness will be on the Ming Men.
Okay.
And so you'll let it linger there for just a little bit, and then you keep your awareness on the Ming Men, and then you move your awareness to the navel. So
Okay.
you're like the first like 25% of the time that you're doing this, it's just on the Ming Men. And then for about 50% of the time, it's on the Ming Men and the navel. And
Okay.
then once you get to the Ming Men navel, the last 25% is just the navel.
Okay.
Okay, and then you'll let that go.
Okay.
And then you'll do the navel.
Okay.
And then you'll do the same thing. First 25% is on the navel, then you're going to do navel and throat at the same time.
Okay.
And then the last 25%, your awareness is just on your throat.
Okay.
Okay, and then you'll let that go.
Okay.
Then you'll do awareness on the throat.
Okay.
And then same idea, 25% on just the throat. Then you move your awareness to the throat and the crown. And then the last 25% is just on the crown.
Okay.
So you can do that even without oils. But if you want to do it and make it stronger, you use aloes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You could also use you could also use cistus, but for like doing it this way, you're mixing energy centers, you know, you're mixing chakras, and it's different than following a chakral pattern. We haven't really talked about this very much in classes, but so you're mixing the energy of the chakras, and basically you're working Kabbalistic like paths on the tree of life. And so like each kind of pathway or culmination of these pathways, you're like setting patterns in the energy body that basically episodic memory will still function, but it'll be a lot more flexible. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes when it's really rigid, it just won't let go of anything. You want to be able to let go of some things sometimes. And, you know, there's times where maybe not, but this would be one where definitely you would.
Yep.
And so whenever you do that, aloes works way better than anything else. The close second would be assemblage point. right? But like when we did it in the past, we used a single oil. It's not the same as how you work these patterns this way. Like it's a slight shift in how you work the patterns, but the impact is much more substantial and you have to use like different oils to kind of do it. Anytime you're trying to get chakras to mix, aloes is the go-to thing. You know,
Great.
certain higher practices and Kundalini practices, you mix like the upper and the lower centers for a transmutation process, and you would use aloes for that.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're so welcome.
Okay, so for the people who just came in, Greg, what was it you were working,
It was a super high-end way of releasing episodic memory.
releasing episodic memory?
Or releasing it, like regenerating it, re-educating it, like some, like, I don't know the right word. Probably re-educating it's the best way.
And I just want to make sure I got the pattern right because I'm going to share it with people. I
Sure.
have the Ming Ming and navel.
Yeah, like so you're doing Ming Men and Navel, but you're doing this like in kind of slow motion. So you start Ming Men, then you go Ming Men Navel, and then you end on the navel. Like it's all part of like one step. And then the same with the navel and then the throat. And then the same with the throat and the crown. We really haven't presented classes in quite this way before.
With the throat and the crown end of the crown, sorry.
Yeah. But it's coming.
I think that was good.
Okay.
Because it's not from an actual class.
It's like I wrote up a class quite a while ago about the different pathways on the Kabbalistic tree of life. But we need to have more of the three brain stuff in place for it to really be super effective and stable. So
And then an earlier question was, what is in Violet Healer?
let's see. Give me just a second. I have about 24 recipe books. Violet Healer is Australian sage, frankincense, Oman, which is what people call like sacred frankincense or holy frankincense. It's because it comes out of Oman. Cashmere lavender. So cashmere lavender is a high altitude lavender, and what is considered esoterically as the crown chakra of the planet is Mount, what's the name of that? Kailash. Yeah, Mount Kailash. I was thinking of Shasta. I was like, I know that's not right. It's Mount Kailash, which is, this is the lavender that is grown closest to Mount Kailash. And then cistus, poplar balsam, acacia. And acacia is what part of what makes up the Ark of the Covenant. Like when they make it, it's metal, acacia metal. So it's a sacred wood. And then carnation. Carnation.
And yes, please, to the Tree of Life training.
Yeah, well, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming. I probably won't be able to do it all in one class because, you know, I could do a simple version in one class, but who wants to do a simple version? If we're gonna go down the paths in the tree of life, we might as well do it proper. So each piece of those pathways you've been taught, but in a different name. Like blends and things, you've been exposed to everything. It's just we haven't talked about it and what it does.
This might be a little off topic, so we might be able to do it a little later too. They're asking the best way to clean the throat.
Honestly, I would do the throat class that we did a few weeks ago. Like that's a deep cleaning of the throat. Depends if you're trying to treat something physically, psychologically, spiritually. So it would depend on what you're trying to do. If you're unsure and you're trying to do something like more spiritual, work the holy name, the spirit, the archangel, and then the planetary reference that's out of the throat chakra class. But if you're just trying to do some physical work, do what we did in the lymphatic, was it 7? Yeah, lymphatic 7 class. It was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's a free class. And it's all about the neck and the throat.
So lymphatic 7 or the chakra class for the
Mhm.
throat chakra.
Mhm. You have to keep in mind, like just cleaning like a chakra doesn't always like clean it up. You have physiology that you're addressing, you have psychology, and then if you look at it from a spiritual point of view, the throat is a reflection of what is happening in the crown chakra. So if you're trying to clean it up really deep, you can't just clean the throat. You got to clean the crown. If you're going to clean the crown, you got to clean the brain. If you're going to clean the brain, then we can start going down the 3 brain thing. Dirty solar plexus contributes to a naughty crown, and so does things in the root brain, which is the sex chakra. So even doing the 3 brain component cleans that up. Like, last night, whenever we go anywhere, we do a ceremony, a Milong ceremony that is a 3 brain empowerment. And one of the things, you're working the crown, you're working the brain, you're working the solar plexus, you're working and we do this purification thing with holy water. And like it's a Buddhist thing. And then you do on the sex chakra. And one of the things that starts expelling is the front and back throat. So for the ones that were here last night, they saw me, I'd put holy water in my hand and then I'd touch people's throat. Or we'd put there's like this little metal mirror that's a 400-year-old metal mirror that, you place in front of something and then you pour holy water over it. And so a lot of cleaning the throat, because when you work the 3 brains, it cleans out the throat. It's the throat is the connection between the higher soul and the incarnated soul. So it needs a lot of work on everybody. It needs a lot of work.
Yeah, somebody said they found that lymphatic 7 class.
Yeah, it's very good for like, especially physical stuff. Psychological things will come out too, but especially for physical things.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
I was just going to say thank you. I've always had a low thyroid, and so, and I can tell with everything we're doing, it just needs to become more of a practice for me. And that's why I guess more of a basic practice. Does that make sense? I mean,
So
as we go along, it'll evolve, I'm sure.
So do the 3 brain work, then use frankincense and myrrh to jumpstart the whole glandular system, and then use clove to balance out the thyroid.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, do the clove internally, do the 3 wise men or frankincense and myrrh. Honestly, frankincense and myrrh is cheaper than 3 wise men. So just get the frankincense and myrrh. And then take the frankincense, especially for this, like take the frankincense and myrrh internally, and then take the clove internally.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And just earlier, when you guys were talking about going to sleep, someone said it sounds a lot like Edgar Casey. He used to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Yeah, but he also called it clairvoyance. These other guys go, no, ideas come to me in my sleep that have nothing to do with my logic. You know, we were like, I agree. Edgar Casey is the sleeping clairvoyant or sleeping prophet. Hey, who doesn't want a job like that? You get paid to sleep. Okay, so let's jump into segment 6. And now we're going to refine these aspects of the 3 brains a little bit deeper. So again, you're going back to your lavenders, your sages, your spruces, Sitka, violet healer, sage supreme, whichever one you've been using, you can rotate to something different or keep using the same thing. We switched it up on you guys. Eucalyptus smithy. Okay. One of the best eucalyptuses is one of the best oils to actually clean up the whole energy body. You know, that's a single oil. One of the best single oils to clean up the energy body.
Really?
And it's super inexpensive. Mm. So keep your eyes closed and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Mhm. And then move your awareness to the solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And your awareness is on the sex chakra, the root brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. That drain. And then just let it go for a moment. Now your awareness is on your brain, your solar, and your sex chakra, all three at the same time as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. And then again, your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the solar plexus. And now the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And then gently let go for a moment. Your awareness is on the brain, the solar, and the sex chakra, all three at the same time. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to go to the next oil. So your St. John's wort, Melissa, Galbanum cystis, emotional release, Paracelsus, Gilead. Again, your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the brain, or excuse me, the front solar plexus. And then the sex chakra. The brain, the solar, the sex, all three at the same time. Just be still. Hey, just be still for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the brain. Front solar, the area below your ribs. And the sixth chakra. The brain, the solar, and the sex, all three at the same time. And then pause and be still. Just be still. Let's pull out your next oil. Aloes, basil, some form of cypress, a eucalyptus, assemblage point, allostasis, and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the solar. And the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. To your brain, the solar and sex, all three at the same time. And then pause and be still. Just being still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your front solar, the sex chakra, And then the brain, the sex chakra, the solar plexus, all three at the same time. And then just be still. Just let everything go. So you know how we started the day yesterday with trying to balance the three brains? Without oils, just put your awareness on all three and try balancing all three. A third on the brain, a third on the solar, a third on the sex chakra. Let's just see what happens. Think about how hard it was yesterday and think about how it's like. I don't want to say easy right now, but it's feeling a little more natural when you say. So anyway, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions before we go on break. You can unmute yourself. You can type in.
So is it common to have one that kind of like,
So Ms. Tracy is saying, is it common that like when you're trying to balance all three, there's one that's like going, no, me, no, me, hello, hello. I don't know what you're doing with those other two, but me. Yeah, it's very common. Yeah, oh, very nice. That's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. You got the, Peter said, the visual of like a traffic light, you know how like there's the three lights and one's really lit up. For me, it's the brain, but it could be any of the three. Like I'll go, I'm super balanced, and then I really sit with it. I'm like, yeah, about 45% of my awareness is on my brain. 10% is here, you know, it's just
I feel like you get a pretty even like balance seeing like three lights, but as far as like visualizing my whole brain all at the same time.
yeah. It will, and you're just putting your awareness on it, so you don't have to necessarily visualize it, but your yeah, your awareness is on the spot. Yeah. So yeah, it takes a little bit. Yeah. Anybody?
kept seeing the Buddha's eyes and the
Mhm.
one brow and the
Mhm. Mm. So she was saying that she sees, you know, sometimes in the Buddhist traditions, you just see like the Buddha eyes that has like a little design over the top. That's very much associated with the three brain. Mhm. Yeah, three brains. Mm. You would call it by different names, but
Where am I? Saw several line drawings a couple of times, question mark.
Mhm.
An ancient language, pages from a book, felt a slight breeze across my hand. Huh,
nice.
yeah, like sometimes it's language, sometimes there's images that get used like in certain practices, like alchemical practices and things like that, where it's not necessarily a letter the way you would think of as a letter, but it's like a symbol that has some sort of meaning, but it's not like a thing you use to spell out a word. Yeah.
I am either gone, who knows where, or having bunches of ideas.
Good.
Lots of visual stuff happening.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Lucinda.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey there.
Hey.
Yes, this is one of the strangest weekends ever because I am finding myself like totally drained and exhausted with like I can't stay awake for any of this every time is that normal?
Anytime intuition gets like heightened, you can end up being a little sleepy. Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah,
why
this
you see like pictures of old prophets and stuff, and they're like conked out, like they're laying on the side of a mountain, or they're, they're doing something, but they're either reclining or asleep. Yeah.
okay, well that's a good sign as long as I
Yeah.
don't want to do anything else the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, even when I like, part of the thing happens, like, when we're sitting here doing classes, sometimes I'm just chatty, but sometimes if I'm really clairvoyantly observing things for a little while, I gotta go lay down for a little bit because I'm like in sleep mode. Like I have to like just let my body rest for a minute so I can pop out of the intuitive part and go back into just being like, normal mind. And so, when you get used to it, especially when you've stepped up the heightened component, potentially it's going to make you a little bit sleepy. Not
Yeah.
forever, just for a little bit, and yeah.
Yep. Until tomorrow morning when you have to go to work, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
On the first two, I had lots and lots of thoughts. On the last one, I just felt like I was about to pass out.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all pretty normal. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to take a little break and let your body have a little time to take a nap, get a snack, walk around, and then we'll come back and we'll do the other side. Like here we did the 3 brains, we'll do the 3 transmutation processes, and kind of what we're doing is trying to build that pillar of light. I mean, it's not the exact technique, but you're creating the building blocks for it to happen. If you don't have the building blocks, it's harder to build it later. So you have to generate a lot of like building material. So that's what we'll be doing. So let's take a break. We'll come back at 5 till the hour and we'll take the next step. Everybody, let's come on back and let's work this next little piece, and then we'll do the last segment after the next break and have a little fun with it. And so just to reiterate, here we're talking about intuition, about problem solving, innovating, reducing anxiety. But another thing that you wouldn't think about is that sometimes, have you ever noticed like certain parts of your body don't heal very fast? They don't heal very well.
Yes.
I mean, it just happens, right? And it can be frustrating. It could cause you stress and anxiety. It could cause all kinds of things. Going through and doing this process accelerates the body's ability to heal. So it's not just like, oh, this is good for, perceiving the future or perceiving what's going on in a situation. Yes, it's good for that. Hey, it's good for problem solving. It's good for innovating something. Yes, it's good for that. Hey, it reduces my anxiety and makes me feel better, makes me feel clearer, quiets my mind. It's good for that. But if you go like, I have this back thing, or I have this health thing, or I have this liver thing. I have this, my whole body's in chaos, whatever it is. It's good for that too. You know, like sometimes you might have a condition, and not just with oils, but like a bunch of different modalities, including going to the doctor and everything. You take things for the condition and you just kind of don't get better, right? There's just sometimes, think of it like this. There's a lot of different kinds of stresses, and certain kinds of stress will focus in very particular parts of your body. The nature of stress, right? The nature of stress is that when you begin to experience stress on whatever level or whatever kind, it's not just like, oh, it's agitating, it's upsetting. It begins to shut things down. Like it basically makes things not work as well, right? So you could say procrastination, for example, kind of a psychological thing, is really a stress-related condition, right? So sometimes not getting better very quickly, man, I've been there. Like the body was just so stressed out, it would not heal. It just wouldn't heal. And then you reduce stress sometimes, and then all of a sudden things get better so much quicker, you almost forget that it used to be the other way until something starts not healing again. And you're like, why is this doing this? Oh yeah, I'm a stress puppy. That's why it's not doing it. And it's not always emotional mental stress. You have to take into account most stress is physiological. It's not, I mean, there's psychological stresses, don't get me wrong. But a lot of times what we call stress, emotionally, you could feel fine. Mentally, you could feel fine. Your body, super stressed out. You know, because your body is the last one that gets the memo where it's like, hey, this is all chill. Right. So there was this one situation where when I was consulting for something, I would go in mentally and emotionally, I was super chill. I didn't even have, what do they say, like a dog in the race or whatever that thing is. Like, didn't matter to me. I'd start going to interact in their office, and I'd walk out in 4 hours, and it felt like I hadn't slept for like 4 days. Like I was exhausted, couldn't think straight. And even the stuff that we were talking about was not upsetting to me. It was not stressful to me, but you know what it was? Super chaotic. Super, super duper chaotic. Your body stresses out when it's in chaotic situations, right? It wants stability, right? So sometimes even when you're shifting and changing emotionally and mentally, your body is like, really? We're going to do this, really? Like, I just have everything organized the way that I liked it, and now you're going to make us change a little bit. And so your body sometimes will resist the healing process because it doesn't want to get stressed in the way that it has to change. I mean, if you get that, it's a game changer when it comes to healing some of the stuff that we deal with. Game changer. You know? It's just how homeostasis works. Your body doesn't judge things good or bad. It just goes, whatever's going on, don't worry, I'll balance it. Right? Doesn't matter what it is. So after a while, your body just gets used to, the shoulders up like this. And you go, let's relax it and put it down. The body's like, no, that means change. That kind of stresses me out. Let's just leave it up like this. I've adjusted, your head's moved, your neck's stretched out. We're good. Let's not do anymore. So think of 3 brains and then the transmutation process as anti-stress and anti-anxiety. It reduces fears. And eventually will break down thought forms that are lodged in the body, either from other people or that we've generated ourselves. We're working on it. Body mapping and then the body's wisdom. We're going down a rabbit hole. we're going down a few rabbit holes that end up all being one big rabbit hole. Okay, so with that, I just wanted to throw that in. So we're doing something that's very practical, but it's more practical than it even seems. Like it's about everyday stuff. It's about mystical things, it's about spiritual things, it's about psychological things, it's about relationships, it's about all of that. And it's also about just healing your body. If you use the three brain thing as a foundation, it accelerates everything in all directions. It's a foundation. So what we did in that last segment, we're starting to generate the building material for the pillar of light, which is basically another way of saying elongated brain, or your spine begins to illuminate or emanate light. It starts to transform. So eventually it turns into you're literally standing in a pillar of light. Once that starts to happen, your energy field becomes very reflective. Like when people project negativity to you, you don't almost even feel it because it just bounces out and away or back to the person. Yeah. That's a whole nother ball of wax. Yeah, yeah. So again, we're going to go to the sages, the lavenders, the spruces, the Sitka, the violet healer, the sage supreme, whatever it might be. Here in person, we did violet healer for a while, and then we switched over to eucalyptus smithy just for an experiment. Okay, so now your awareness is on the low back area opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. The Ming Men. And you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Now your awareness is on the back heart. And then your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. Mhm. And just be still. Just be still. To your low back, your back heart, and your crown, all three at the same time. Doing the Mingmen, the back heart, the crown, all three at the same time. And then be still. Just be still, let everything go. Again, same oil. The low back area opposite the navel. the back heart. And the crown, the top of the head. Do the Mingmen, the back heart, and the crown, all three at the same time. And then pause and be still. Let's reach for that next oil. That's St. John's wort, Melissa, Galbanum, Cistus, Paracelsus, Gilead, emotional release kind of thing. One of those. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, the low back area, the backside of the navel. And then the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the crown. Awareness is on the crown. Crown. And then just be still for a moment. Do your Mingmen, back heart, and crown all three at the same time. Just pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the low back, the back navel, also known as the Mingmen. Your back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let go for a moment. Okay, again, Mingmen, back heart, crown, all three at the same time. And then just be still. Okay, let's break out that third oil. Cypress, eucalyptus, basil, aloes, assemblage point, allostasis. Kind of deep, yeah. Okay, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, which is your low back. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Awareness on the back heart. Then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Do the Mingmen, back heart, crown, all three at the same time. And then pause and be still. Let's just do that one more time. Mingmen, back heart, between your shoulder blades. crown. And then the Mingmen, back heart, and crown, all three at the same time. It's so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. And just let it go. Kind of interesting, yeah? I mean, we've been working it in the three brains. Let's do a little experiment, right? Let's just do a little experiment. With no oils, we're just going to look at something. And so think of something that bothers you, some situation that's unresolved, something where, every time I'm around Uncle Bob, he does this or that, some situation like that. Something where even with all the work, it still kind of gives you a little bit of a, you know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean, good for you. But
Yeah.
I don't know that we all like you right now, but like, because we all got in our lives, right? So observe it and just notice how it feels. Like you say, say it's your Uncle Bob or, whatever. Okay, I have to go interact with him tomorrow. I have to go deal with the employee tomorrow. I have to go deal with fill in the blank tomorrow, even if it's just hypothetical. Notice how that feels. Just check in with it. So when we come from a place of logic, we don't really process this very quickly. We don't form a plan very quickly. And we think we have to make something happen. Sometimes you might, but intuition observes things that are even beyond your rational mind, beyond the senses. So it takes in things that are in the unconscious, and you're able to process and make decisions very, very quickly. So this whole idea of three brains, this is what you're doing. You're trying to problem solve, innovate, heal, whatever it is, right? But even when we were looking at it from three brains, it's like, okay, I'm using my intuition because I've aligned my instinct, my emotions, my mind, and I'm looking at this, but still, it's a situation that's a little much for me, right? So built into how we work the three brains is this idea of transmutation. Let's just see the potency of transmutation as we play with this situation. So you've looked at it, you've gotten your little, right? Now, put your awareness on the three brains, the Mingmen, the back heart, the crown. You're not inhaling anything. You're just Mingmen, back heart, crown. Now, like we did with the three brains, try to balance them out evenly. A third on the Mingmen, a third on the back heart, a third on the crown. Okay, let that go for a moment. Now look at that situation with a little again. I like that I've just switched over to making grunting sounds when I describe something. Yeah. Notice it's a lot harder to hold on to. It's a lot harder to focus on. So now when you want to put the three brain intuition, it becomes easier because you're not as entangled, right? You're not as fixated. You're not as entwined. You're not as, like we were saying attached earlier. I would say sometimes in these situations, it's not even like attachment, it's entangled. Like you're not as entangled as you were before, right? So again, you've looked at it, go back to the three brain thing, or excuse me, not the three brain, the Ming Men, the back heart, the crown, do it again. Try to balance it out. Let it go. Look at your situation again. So without giving detail, how's that situation for you? Right. So without going into a lot of detail, somebody came up on the break and were like, there's still this situation I'm having a hard time with, right? And it's like it's okay, but there's still like triggers or things around it that are upsetting. And so going back through, and we just did it less than 5 minutes, right? And then all of a sudden it's like not that big overwhelming thing that it was before, right? It's like, okay, this is doable. Because sometimes here's the issue. Our logical mind would love to resolve something like boom, here and now, because everything feels like the here and now. Most times things are going to get resolved over a period of time. That's a lot of little movements. It's not a big thing. It's a bunch of little things that eventually adds up to a shift, right? It's a lot of little movements. You got to be able to be in a place where you can do that walk. You know, when I talk about like you're going to walk out of the situation, it doesn't mean flipping a switch. It means a step, a step, a step, a step, a step. And then after about the fifth or sixth step, you go, wow, it's getting farther away. It's still back there, but I can see it, but it's changing. And then about 15 or 20 steps later, you're like, what was that problem again? I have a hard time remembering what it was. Like it started off one thing, but then it turned into another. It's a lot of little movements. You want to be able to open up the space for there to be those movements. When you're stuck in logic, the tendency is to get a little bit aggressive. Like, it needs to be resolved right now. Now, because tomorrow I can't be in this place again, right? But if you've taken a couple little steps, you're like, okay, I can see that there's movement. It's not where it needs to be, but it's not where it was. And then a few more days, it's getting better. It's getting better. You know, think of it like this, even like with goals. You go, I need to do X, Y, and Z. And then the goal starts getting closer and you're like, that's really not realistic. I just need to do Y and Z. And then you get like, you know, maybe a day or two from the goal. You're like, okay, really? I need to do Z. And it can be a lowercase z, not the big Z. It can be a really lowercase z. It gets me past, right? In the moment, you're trying to resolve problems that are hypotheticals. When you start to get close to it, you're resolving the problem in the way that it really is. So when you start to have more of this front three brain, back transmutation, you can actually start to be more realistic. Like, you know, there's this thing that I need to do. It's really just a little Z. I don't need to get all riled up about it needs to be X, it needs to be Y, it needs to be Z, it needs to be in bold letters, it needs to be capitalized, it needs to be all these things. And then as you start getting close to it, you're like, yeah, that's probably not going to happen. It's not realistic. I don't have the resources. I don't, you know. Let's just do it the way that it just needs to be done. Right? And so, again, logic perceives things in a particular way, intuition perceives things in a particular way. Give logic the jobs that it does well. Give intuition the jobs that it does well. If you said, hey, I need to balance out my checkbook, I'm going to get super intuitional and I'm going to do my checkbook. That is going to be a horrible mess. Horrible mess, right? But same thing applies, like here's the situation, like intuition can look at something and really kind of perceive it quickly and start making like this is the decision, right? Where logic is like, I don't know, there's this and there's that, and this person said this, and I read this. And when I went to school, we talked about that. And you have all these things. That's not the way things are done. What are people going to say? All that stuff. Where intuition is like, who cares? Get it done, right? And so really it starts to become a marrying of the two. There's like union between these two aspects. You could say that intuition brings things together. It brings all the little pieces together. So like if you had one little buzzword or identifier when it came to intuition, it's unity. Like it brings together like all the pieces, right? The logical mind can take that information and begin to synthesize something. Like it can make something. Now here's the problem. If the logical mind is lacking the light or the processed wisdom from intuition, I mean, if it's lacking light, it synthesizes something that lacks light or that is dark. Doesn't mean evil, means ignorant. It just makes stuff up because it's what it does. But if you feed it some light, it synthesizes true perception into some action. It's going to synthesize no matter what. Give it the food or the building blocks for it to synthesize light or truth.
3 brains feeds it all life.
Yeah. 3 brains, the transmutation, all of that feeds it the light. You're processing light and wisdom by doing the 3 brains. Yeah. When you were seeing, yeah, so the person that was saying she still had a situation that was bothering her, and she was like, my solar plexus feels a little poked, my emotions feel a little poked. Yeah, it's like there, like if you think about what you were saying to me, there was a little bit of a story, right? You know what I mean? There was a story about this, and it didn't mean that like some of it was stuff that had happened, right? But like in the past, but it still like took those things from the past and went, here's the story that's the hypothetical for the future, right? Like if you were to say it like, so it created this story of like, this is what's probably going to happen. Because remember what I said, the brain loves to predict the future to avoid pain, right? It's like, I'm going to try to avoid these things. So with all the things that has happened in the past, let's predict the future based on my past experience. Right. So that is the logical mind is going to synthesize something. So if it didn't have the intuitional information, it goes to the past. We all do it. Like we all kind of go to the past, right? But like if you sit and you look at it and you go, okay, there's this going on, there's that going on, there's these pieces of information, there's things that I still don't quite perceive. It's harder for the logical mind to go synthesize a hypothetical. It starts to problem solve with, okay, realistically, this is what's going on. Let's produce a result based more in truth, more accurate perception, more light, more wisdom, like more bigger picture. And it's going to do either one, but give it the light so that it can produce something that's more accurate. It's not completely accurate, but even then it starts to be in the vein of, well, even if it's not accurate, I'll tweak the things and I'll make that more accurate as I go along, because you're already walking down the right path, right? So, you know, if you have a situation like this person came up and said like, hey, I have this situation still bothering, go back through, and even if you don't do this whole thing, go, okay, Mingmen, back hard, crown, balance on all three, then look. And then you do it again and then look. And you do it again and then look, right? So again, going back to like if I was making a decision or if I'm looking for somebody and they go, is this a good thing for me to do? Is this not a good thing for me to do? Like, I don't know what people would think, like, what am I evaluating when that looks, what that looks like, or guessing what the potential is. Most times I look at the Ming Men, because the Ming Men is directly associated with accurate perception. If you don't have accurate perception, your Ming Men super overactivates, right? Because you're not grounded, you're not perceptive, you're checked out a little bit, you're in story. Something's chaotic, you know, and it's also tied to the inner sense. So like if I make a decision, I go, okay, Ming Men, okay, it's relatively regulated. This is a good choice. It doesn't mean bad things still don't happen, but it's still, there's usually a lot less drama with that than doing it when the Ming Men's big, right? Too much chaos. So you're literally training yourself. What's the drama-free thing that's going to produce a result here that's going to be accurate, that's not going to be chaotic, that's going to be stable and of the light? If you're not sure, do Ming Men, back heart, crown. Balance it out and then look, and then go back and then look, and then go back and then look, right? Yeah. So for business too, like you had that look on your face like, wait, what?
I have a question, but I'm trying to decide. in a minute.
Right, okay. Ming Men, back heart, crown, and then think. Think. Right? So the gathering the information comes from the sex, the solar plexus, the brain. When you feel entangled, poked, unsure, things are chaotic, you feel like you're a little agitated, you go to the backside, Ming Men, back heart, crown. Eventually, these two things merge and it produces the elongated brain, right? That means that these are just functioning all the time, both sides, both things. They're just functioning all the time. It literally, esoterically means standing in a pillar of light. Same thing. In business, you would say you're standing in the process of innovation. You know, whatever circle you're in, it has an application. You're dealing with things in your family or in a relationship, you'd be surprised how quickly things resolve and how little fighting there is when you do this, even if the other people are obnoxious, you know? It really kind of calms it all down. Anybody have questions or want to share? If you have questions or want to share,
Oh,
unmute yourself or type in. But we'll talk a little bit and then we'll do a break and we'll come back and ice the cake and put little sprinkles on it. Mhm.
I just felt that I was trying to rub my tummy and pat my head in the back, trying to balance it.
So she was saying it was like sometimes it's a little much, but again, keep in mind you're trying to fatigue the logical mind so that the intuition can work. So she was saying it felt like, you know, how you tap your head and then rub your belly. She goes, it felt like a little bit like that. And for a little while it might, but if you keep practicing, it just starts to kick in. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty normal.
You know the difference. What's the best way to tell if you're thinking from your logical mind versus thinking from your intuitive mind?
So she's asking, how do you know if you're thinking from your logical mind versus your intuitive mind? Your intuitive mind doesn't have a lot of like thought or content. It just almost is like, you know how you're driving down the road and you're trying to keep the car between the white lines. You're not going, I'm a little close over there. Maybe you are, but you know, you're just keeping the car between the white lines. And even if you tweak a little bit, you get it back in the center. That's intuitive thought. Logical mind is like, white lines over there, over there. I'm 6 inches. You know, it starts to be a lot of detail oriented thought, a lot of like chatter, and like, oh, what if I do this? What if I do that? It's a lot of that kind of thinking. And there's a time and a place for that. But when you're trying to step out of the everyday mind and into intuition, it's more of a flow than it is a chatter. You know, even if there's a thought, it's like, turn left. Like that's it. You know what I mean? Where the logical mind is like, 2 wrongs don't make a right, 3 rights make a left. You know, like it starts having these like little story things that just start popping through the head. So again, there's a time and a place for that.
Likely to turn the wrong way if you're thinking in your logical mind than when you're intuitive?
Oh, it depends. It depends on the logical mind, whose logical mind it is. The more logical, the more you know, I need to know all the details before I take action. Where intuition is like, let's get in the car and start driving. We'll figure it out when we get going. And you know what I mean?
Oh, yes, Brian versus Tracy.
Right.
Yes.
You sit in the right seat, he sits in the left seat. Right side of the brain, left side of the brain. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so the reason why we're using 3 different oils is you're still working instinctual responses, you're still working emotional responses, and then mental responses. So even though we're working the 3 brain, you keep working it 3 different ways each phase. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And then go ahead, Linda, then Barbara.
Hey, Linda.
Hi. Thanks for getting me out of fight flight. I appreciate that. I hope I can take this with me and stay out of it for a while, and it wears me out.
Is it like work that throws you in fight flight or something else?
Work.
Think of work and the situations at work, and then do the thing that we just did, where it's the main men, back, heart, crown. It will reduce the tendency. It doesn't mean that your problems go away, but it will reduce the tendency to get triggered by the situation so that you can process them like appropriately.
Oh, appropriately. Sorry. That word gets me every time. I have to be appropriate? No.
Well, you don't have to necessarily be appropriate, but like cognitive. So like if you're going to use swear words, you'll cognitively choose the right swear words.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
I'm
that might come in
joking.
handy. No, dang, why not wired? Okay. So I've been doing the four directions with the below, above, within every morning before I walk in the door at work.
Great.
I sit in the garage and I do that. People go by and stare at me. I'm like, okay, so I'll just start doing this before I walk in the door. But I'm trying to decide what to do. Like when
I
I
would do the
get
one,
there.
I would do the one that we just did.
Okay, Ming Ming back heart crown.
Yeah, like
Got it.
segment 7. Yeah.
Okay, just take the whole, just take my
Just
oils and just go,
Take those
okay,
3, yeah, take those 3 oils and just fire through them.
I'll do it. Thank
Yeah.
you. All
And then
right.
if for some reason that's not working for you, let me know and we'll tweak it for you.
Thank you.
That should work
I-
though.
I had a really hard time getting through this morning because the tears were flowing heavily. And I'm hoping that means that everything has changed. Another layer has moved away from my avocado
Sometimes,
hot.
yeah, sometimes it's a change of perception brings the tears. So let's hope that it's that.
It did.
You know, your ability to perceive like how to handle the situation or what it looks like, or, you know, it's just a bit of a shift in perception.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
When I see you in a few weeks over here in Seattle,
Yeah.
yeah, I want to talk to you about some energy stuff
Sure.
and my new location of where I work and what I can do to take care of it.
Yeah. I'm glad to
Thank
do.
you. I would love that. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
No, not bye. See you later.
Yes.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. So when I checked in to see where my was some in the solar plexus and some in the jaw. And after the first pass through, the solar plexus was quiet, but there was still some in the jaw. And when you did your recap, I realized I missed a piece. You were going Ming Ming, back heart, crown, arms crossed, and I missed that part.
Yeah. You gotta get that part.
But the
Because you like those centers are transmuting, but if you don't connect to the situation, it's harder for it, like it takes longer for the transmutation to happen. So like you prime the pumps for transmutation and then you go into the heart of the beast. Like, okay, I'm gonna face the difficulty. And then you retreat and then do the 3 things again. Then you go back and then you come back out and transmute. And so things that seem super overwhelming or super difficult or super scary, you know, you realize that the monster is really a cockroach that you can, you know, stomp on with your heel. Or sometimes the monster is really big. I'm not going to win this fight. Maybe I need to walk away. You know, but I'm doing it not out of fear. I'm doing it because it's the smart choice. Like, you know, I need to walk away from this situation. It's not safe. You know, usually it's more the cockroach, but every once in a while, you know, situations can be. Hopefully, you don't have that kind of stuff in your life. Those are usually really bad fights. You know, the thing with bad fights is
the situation I
even
don't know how to approach without that being a result. And so part of me says, just don't go there.
I would say with that, work the thing we just did and then go back to the 3 brains so that you can turn on the observation, because every situation has a little window, like has a little thing that unwinds it.
Okay.
But when it turns into a fight, even when you win, you still get really bloody. You know what I mean? So fighting is usually not a good choice unless there's just no other way.
Well, and innocent bystanders could get bloody too. That's my big concern.
Yeah. It's usually not a good choice. It's just usually out of necessity, not out of that it's a good choice.
My question out of all this is where there was a little tension in the jaw and it's gone now. Is that the logical mind was still trying to dig in and have claw marks on it?
Probably more instinct.
Okay.
Like your instinctual responses, like down the sex chakra, Ming Min area.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And somebody else, your hand was raised and now it's down. If you want to unmute yourself, feel free to. We had a fun share. Taping a piece of tissue to my nose to inhale. I can't hold the bottle anymore.
Hey, Sam, that was me, Cindy.
Oh, good.
Hey, and it kind of touched on what I was going to ask about because it's, and you might have talked about it. I've been so drugged out this weekend, but what I found was that just from a little kid that intuition was hijacked by fear. So it was either logic or fear. And so after, like, throughout these years of working with you guys, it's easing. This weekend's just kind of like the cap on it. It's like, okay, it's okay to trust. It gives you more trust in intuition. But is there a way to exacerbate that process of, because it's so ingrained that goes to the instinctive response that you were talking about and working on earlier.
I think your best bet is to go through and work, even if it's segment 6 and segment 7, but also go back to the body wisdom and unwind, or even the body mapping, where you unwind the triggers that are in the soft tissue. That's a much bigger deal than people realize.
What's a much bigger deal?
The stimuli in the connective tissue. You know, like how last weekend we did the thing where we took the different pieces and made compounds for like despair or guilt or shame or something like that. You could work the compounds, but sometimes even just go back and how we worked it in the body mapping class. You could work it that way. And if you remember, you could also, you don't have to work it individually unless you're really wanting to go deeper. But remember how we did the thing where one blend we worked the arms and the legs, and then the next blend we did the pelvis, the low abdomen, and the low back, and then we did the abdominal area. And
I slept through that one.
Okay, so in the Christian tradition, this is an alchemical process that they would refer to as the armor of the Lord. And the Buddhist tradition, you've seen me wear that bone apron where it's got a thing on the top and thing. It's the same idea. Like it's such a thing that, like, in different traditions, they actually have pieces of like tools or garments to actually address that stuff in the soft tissue, because the soft tissue directly impacts your will, like directly impacts the will, directly impacts your endocrine system. And so unwinding that out of the connective tissue, a lot of our conditioning, a lot of our thought processes, our instinctual responses, emotions, more of that is triggered from your soft tissue than we realize. Because if it's intertwined with the glands, you could say your thought processes, most of your, what you call thinking, is the endocrine system functioning through the brain or the nervous system. It's not like these things that you're thinking out and cognitively processing. It is literally glands functioning through the nerves. That's what's happening. And it produces all this thought. And so, that's why we did the body mapping, the body wisdom. That's why we did the energy of the glands also close together, is they were just working different parts of that spectrum to unwind these pieces, so that when you go deeper into the 3 brains and all that, it's easier to let those things go and move past it. The gland class, if you guys haven't had the gland class, it's a free class. They can just get it on the site, right? Yeah. You go download it from the site. There's a PDF. It's not a very complicated class. Was it a 1 day or 2 day? It was a 2-day class.
It's 2 days.
It was a 2-day class, but we went really slow. You could probably fire through it in 1 day. Yeah.
So when you're saying we're gonna work on the instinctive response, I was a little nervous at first is because I didn't want that old instinctive response. You're actually just kind of resetting it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could say resetting it, you could say regenerating it, you could say re-educating it. All of that is saying it is the same thing, it's just different words. Like regeneration, when it comes to the nervous system or to a response, means like regulating it or bringing it back to way, like what do they call? Like the factory setting,
Yes.
not the condition setting. Like it's taking it back, like when you came out of the factory. You know, it's taking you closer to that.
Thanks.
The thing with resetting the instinctual responses, there's no story that goes with it. It's just, it's either agitated or it's not. So like when you calm it down, it's not like, oh, I'm going to relive a bunch of things from your past. Nope. You're just taking it from 100 down to 25. That's it. And so those triggers in the tissue are what trigger the instinctive response.
Thank you.
Some of it is conditioning, some of it is karmic imagery.
Is there a way to know the difference or does it matter?
Doesn't matter. That's why the whole thing with the armor of the Lord, you know, in the Buddhist tradition, they refer to it in very different ways, but most people grew up Christian, so we'll use that. It's implied that's a type of protection, but you're protecting yourself from going to your lower nature, like going to that crazy place. You know, you're calming your system down so that, be it the environment or some karmic thing that comes up, you don't lose your head and you are able to process it and learn the lesson, and thereby learning the lesson, you break the karmic pattern, like you pay the debt. The easiest way to do it, pay a karmic issue, is to learn the lesson. The hardest way is just to go down that rabbit hole and get hit over the head until you get it. So the armor of the Lord tries to keep you from going down getting the head hit over the head by the 2x4 and go, I have my wits about me. I can learn the lesson. I can take the higher road. I can do whatever it is. I don't have to suffer too much. You know, maybe there's a little bit of suffering, but there's not this suffering. I don't have to suffer to break this pattern.
We do that in Star with colors versus.
Yeah, there's a version, like in somebody here is asking, there's that version in Astara where we go, visualize your arms green and your legs green, and then your pelvis orange and your lower abdomen and lower back orange, your abdominal area blue, and then areas that are gold, and then violet, and then like the color of lightning on your head. All of that is just a different way of doing it. In the old days, certain traditions, they'll chant like holy names or mantras, or what they call mantras maybe, with awareness on different parts of the body. A very old way in the, I think it's pre-Christian, I think it's in the Jewish tradition, is they would read certain Bible passages or Old Testament, Torah, things from the Torah. They would read certain passages in the Torah, but they would keep their awareness on certain parts of their body. They'd read the passage and then they'd go to the next passage and they'd awareness on a different area and they'd read the passage and then they'd let it sink in. And they go to another passage and then, yeah. Shamanic tradition. Shamanic tradition and the Essenes do it different. They do it with doing things with the elements, but it's the same idea. You know, like they might bury themselves up, you know, laying down. You know how like you bury yourself in the sand? Yeah, at the beach, they do things like that. And then they do things with water, and then they do things with air. They do things with fire. And it's it's developing the same. It's developing a thing in your energy body that makes you less reactive. Yeah. Kind of like that same idea of how we're talking about building a pillar of light. You do those other practices enough, it kind of starts to build that pillar, but in a different way.
Excellent, thanks.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, okay, you said something about the glands, were functioning through the nervous system. Did I hear that correctly or am I off? And so the soft tissue, is that a part of all that? Like, does it cause
It's a lower
triggers?
part of it. Yeah, it's a lower, like the things that are in the soft tissue kind of play into like an inner sense. And then that inner sense turns into an instinctive response. And then the instinctive response has an impact on your emotions. And then your emotions have an impact eventually on the mind.
And so the transmutation, kind of what we're doing slowly is sort of
Yeah, it's
sloughing some
cleaning
of
it
that
up.
off.
Yeah, yeah. But so is doing, remember the thing that we did in the energetics of the glands class, that class a few weeks ago, that free class?
Yeah, we're gonna
That
have to
that was, yeah,
back to that.
remember, we treated the glands, but we didn't go from gland to gland. We actually transmuted the will centers.
Mhm. So in a way, it's sort of just like when you tell us to do the Ming Ming back, heart, and crown. I mean, we're kind of grouping them and elevating
Anytime
them
you're
up
doing,
that way, right?
yeah, anytime you do the Ming Min, back, heart, and crown, you're transmuting the three aspects of the brain, even when you're not working the three aspects of the brain, the three brains.
Thank you. I picked a subject that has been long lingering in my life. So it was kind of a hard subject, you know. But I'm kind of glad I did. It's been with me for many, many years. And anyways, I felt like there was some resolution and I'm very grateful for that. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Even though there feels like there's resolution, keep going, because like sometimes when we have change, you're like, finally some relief. It's relief in the moment that you're in. Like in 3 months, you're like, but it's still there a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? Like just because it's like it feels a little better and shifts, keep working it until it's just no longer a thing. Which means you either released it or you've learned whatever you needed to learn from that, and it's become like an asset, like an ability or a tool or a perception where it's like it's changed.
Thank you. I know I'll have to re-listen to this. This is very
Yeah.
good. And
Very
you're
good.
exactly right, because it's been with me so long. I'm sure there's
Yeah.
definitely layers to it.
A little bit of relief when we go, it's finally done. And then 3 months later, I was like, I thought this was done. You know what I mean? So like stay on it. Yeah, stay.
Great advice. Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll take a break. We'll come back at 20 till and we'll do a last little piece and ice the cake. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of icing the cake and all that kind of stuff. So let's do it like this. Close your eyes for a second. And then just observe some situation in your life. It doesn't have to be bad. It could be good. It could be neutral. It could be mysterious and unknown, and you don't know what's going on or what's the next step. It's good to practice by looking at something because it builds your muscles rather than just doing hypotheticals. Like, so look at something and then do the practice. Even if you have no need to resolve something in the situation, you know, for me in the early days for this, I mean, I'm just going to be blunt and to the point. my mind was so chaotic that even sitting and doing the 3 brains and looking at a situation was almost a little too overwhelming. And so I would pick things that didn't necessarily need to be resolved. I would just pick things that I could practice on, but I couldn't use it to resolve things in the very beginning. I was young. I don't want to say I wasn't that bright, but I wasn't the sassy self that I am now. Let's just say that. So what I would do is I would sit and observe either a teacher or a deity of my tradition. And so I would just sit and look at the deity, perceive the deity in any way that I thought I could. And then after a period of time, I would do the practice. And part of what happens is, you know, intuition, part of intuition is mimicking things that eventually produce a result. Remember, you're going beyond the rational mind. So a devotional practice is actually an intuitive practice. So I would sit and I would just observe the teacher or the being in that tradition. And I'd go, oh, they have this tendency, they have that tendency. You know, loving kindness is a thing for them. Like how would they handle, you know, certain situations based on the teachings? And then I would try to mimic the behavior. Like, okay, in my normal everyday life, how do I mimic this? And then a little bit of time would go by and I'd go, okay, let's observe the being and the teacher again. So I did that for a while. And then I was like, okay, I want to make it in a certain industry. Who's super successful in that industry? That's like a good person, somebody to look up to. What are they doing to be successful? Because logically, I couldn't work it out. There's no way I would work it out. Like I don't want to say I was broken in that area, but I was a little bit broken, right? Youth was a little hard. And so I would just sit and I would watch them. And I was like, okay, they do this, they do that, they do this, they do that. I'll mimic that, right? And so I just kept coming down the food chain until pretty soon I was like, hey, without even thinking about it, I'm starting to deal with problems, like my normal everyday problems. Huh, didn't see that comment. Okay, I'll still do it. And then it just kept getting better and better. And at first, you probably have heard me say this, if I was doing it for other people, I could do it. But if I was doing it for myself, still couldn't do it. And then eventually I stuck my toe in the river or the lake or whatever it is like, let's try it a little bit for myself. And, you know, at first it was a little rough, but it kept getting a little better and a little better. I'm not saying you have to do it this way, but find the way that works for you. Find the way that works for you, whatever that might be. It's addressing things going on in your life. If it's addressing a relationship, if it's addressing a spiritual practice, if it's addressing like healing something, whatever it is, you know, it doesn't have to be, let's say like this. In doing this kind of practice, there's no shouldas. I should do this, I should do that. I should have done this, I should have done that. I need, you know, you're just observing, unwinding, and it's literally like a dance or a walk or going for a hike. You know, you're literally just kind of moving. You know, in the movement, you'll adjust. In the movement, you'll learn. In the movement, you'll refine yourself. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do just a little bit of Lama Yoga. And the reason to do this is it moves energy from the lower centers up to the higher centers. It also cleans the spine, right? It cleans the spine. It also increases the the activity of the cerebral spinal fluid circulation so that it shifts and changes your nervous system. It also breaks down thoughts, like old thinking, old patterns, things of this nature. It helps brings things up from the unconscious. So think of it as amplifying the things that you're doing in the three brain practice. Okay, so I'm just going to demonstrate in case you haven't seen it or if you need a refresher. So basically, your chin goes down to your chest, right? And then you inhale through your nose, and then you exhale through your mouth. So that would be one. So inhale up, exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down. And you're going to do at least 7. Now, different traditions will call this different names. So in Astara, we call this Lama Yoga. In the Indian tradition, they call it Dhyan or Dhyana. In like the Japanese tradition, they would call this Zen, right? Sometimes in yoga practices, they'll refer to this as doing the turtle breath. So why do they call it the turtle breath? So sometimes you'll hear an explanation, oh, when the turtle sticks his head out, he kind of moves his head in particular ways. Okay, that could be true. But there's an energetic, like little vessel that's here, like right below the sternal notch, that little collar, that little indentation on your collarbone, right below that is this center. And there's like an Indian name for it, and but another way of saying it is the high heart, right? The high heart. And the vessel, it's an energetic vessel, is shaped like the shell of a turtle. So when they refer to it as the turtle breath, basically by going through and doing this aspect, you're developing something known as the high heart. When that becomes more activated, let's just say it's a lot easier to illuminate the mind. A lot easier. And so when you combine the Lama Yoga and the turtle breath with the 3 brains and the backside, what's that saying? Now you're cooking with gasoline or kerosene or whatever it is. Everything starts amplifying and they start feeding each other. And we're not even doing the super accelerating stuff yet. And it's already starting to happen, you know. So we're going to do a little bit of Lama Yoga, and then we're going to slide right into doing the 3 brain basic form. Okay. So keep your eyes closed, or if you need to watch me for a little bit, do that. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale through the mouth, down. Inhale up. Exhale, down. Inhale up. Exhale, down. Up. 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 Down. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. Just be still. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed. With your eyes closed, be aware of your body. Where do you feel something happening in your body? and down to the chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Just be still. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. Now, let's reach for an oil. Roscoe, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, balance, or in the pay kit, I believe it's stillness. Nice, huh? And when you break open whatever oil you're using, just inhale it for a minute. All of these are considered restoratives. They help restore balance in the body.
What is this one?
It's called stillness. Yeah. Nice, yeah. Just inhale it for a moment. Feels nice, yeah. Okay, just be still for a moment. Just pause. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the low back, opposite the navel. The front solar, the area below your ribs. Your back heart, your awareness is on your back heart. The brain, your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. And then be still. Let's do it just one more time. Sex chakra. The low back, known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is on your Ming Men, which is your low back. Your front solar. The front solar. The back heart. The back heart. The brain. And the crown. Just be still. Let's just practice something. Your brain, your solar, the sex, your awareness is on all three. No oils. Just practice having your awareness on all three. Very good. Now do main men, which is your low back area, back heart, and crown. Okay, just let it go. Notice how you feel. You're enhancing you're enhancing your cognitive processes, your intuitive processes. All the things we've been talking about through the weekend. So this isn't the end all of the techniques, but this is, you could say, the foundation of the technique. There's a lot more things that we can do and tweak and develop, but without this foundation, none of it's really something that's able to be processed. So let's go ahead and open it up to questions, sharing experiences. Unmute yourself, type in, but you guys worked really hard this weekend and hope you enjoyed it and hope you feel better and less anxious and feel faster and are sassy in the workplace and bringing sassy back for some reason. I don't know why, but it wasn't, I didn't do it logically. It's an intuitive hit that I'm bringing sassy. Yeah. Cracking myself up. What's that?
What is in stillness?
Oh, stillness. Elven magic. No, I have to look it up. Still. Rooscoos, jasmine, spikenard, benzoin, mastic, Palo Santo fruit, and dark patchouli.
I think it's the jasmine. That smelled hard.
Jasmine's pretty heavy. Jasmine's like 3 times as much as everything else combined. Yeah.
Is it the same blend that's in that time you brought all those lotions and creams and let us have one? We'll still have a stillness.
That's probably a different formula. Yeah, yeah. That's the old formula. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't love a little jasmine? Crazy people.
It's going.
Very sad.
All right, I'll go in order here. The next oil, bringing sassy back.
Bringing Sassy back, yeah. Bringing Sassy back takes on Uncle Bob.
Oh, bringing sassy back sounds like a tune from the 70s. Someone shared, great class. Thanks. Have a lot of family stuff to deal with right
Yeah.
now. So this will be a very supportive practices.
I mean, like it doesn't, a lot of times, like the things that happen in work and family and they're just different versions of the same thing. Like, you know, just like there's politics at work, there's politics in a family. There's, you know, there's all kinds of things that happen in all these situations. And politics is civilized fighting. Fighting.
Yeah. Polis is the Greek word for people.
What is?
Polis.
Oh, is it really? Right. 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 So I remember one of the teachers from my past, he said, if you have two people, you give them a task, there's difference of opinions. If you have three people, that enters politics. You know, as soon as there's three people, it turns from, you know, a disagreement between two people and it turns into now it's all about the politics of the situation.
This class was scheduled before Thanksgiving for a reason.
Yeah. Hadn't thought about that, but yeah. 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 I mean, how do you guys feel? Like, you know, think about like things that cause you anxiety or tension or yeah, peaceful. You know, in the Hindu tradition, there's Ganesha, and certain aspects of Ganesha is related to the removal of obstacles. And there's a lot of different aspects to that. But if you work the three brains and the backside and, you know, some of the other pieces that come down the tracks here as time goes by over the next few months, your ability to remove obstacles will be substantial.
Just feel like I'm so blessed to have a way to bring light into decision making.
Yeah. Yeah.
Voices.
Yeah.
Praise myself.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hi. So interesting. I'm curious about this. My net has now turned into like a big cloud. So just before we started, like a cloud that left me.
Mhm.
Between break and starting, I tuned into like the energetic field of where I work, like the bigger collective.
Mhm.
And I had almost like an anxiety response to connecting with the energy, and then it just went poof, gone.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, hoping that means a clearing. Is it just any thoughts on that?
So, I mean, I don't know a lot of I mean, I know the little bit that we've talked about, but I don't know the details of, you know, the workplace and everything. But I would say, in that workplace, there's a lot of anxiety in general.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, sometimes, you know, like people will call it like a culture in the workplace or the collective, you know, whatever you want to call it in that situation. You know, when there's work and deadlines and things like that, there's stress, but then when things are a bit chaotic, the stress heightens.
Yep.
And I would say, I mean, I don't know all the details. Things are running as efficient as they could. And so I'd say there's a heightened level of stress and anxiety there. And there's a difference from being in it versus having to interact like while you're there and in it.
Yeah.
Like you don't take it on. And I would say if you work this process, you'll be able to work in it without really taking it on.
Okay. Yeah, that's
You know
kind
what
of
I mean? Like
it was like
when
putting
every yeah, everybody, like when we step into a situation, we kind of take it on. Like, it's just like, okay, we're part of this group, we're part of this culture, this is what we do. Like, and at some point you're like, I can function within the unit, and then when I step away, that's their stuff, not my stuff.
Well,
Does that make sense?
yeah, no, that was kind of like, it was a familiar old energy of anxiety and
Yeah.
fear of that. And then it just went poof and it was gone like
So,
a releasing of a cloud. That makes sense, like a connection point.
yeah, so this is what I would say. Like, sometimes even like working the three brains and the transmutation and all the stuff that we talked about in this weekend. And there's more to come over the next weeks and few months and everything.
Okay.
But here's like a potential issue is sometimes you become so regulated and so removed, but yet you're still functioning there. Everybody might get stressed out or upset over something and you don't. You almost start to create yourself like a little bit of a situation where you start to be an outsider or she just doesn't care. So you have to like almost like mimic their words back to them. Like, oh, this is very upsetting. Oh, this is, and you're not really pretending, but you're validating something so that you still to them seem like you're connected to the situation when you might not be upset about any of it at all, but everybody else is all worked up.
Yep.
Reflect back to them what they're saying so that you don't become a target is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to come across like cold, detached, not invested or something like that. And people don't look at it logically, like, look at her work, look at her performance, look at this. They go, she's not upset the way we're upset. She's not into it. She's not angry the way we're angry. She's not into the drama like, that's what they actually look at. So just come up with like little things to reflect back to them and say, and then don't take it home.
Oh yeah, no, I will first get to the point of not taking it on or home. But thank you. That was good. So would you recommend then going through all 8 segments?
You could really work 6 and 7 pretty hard, and then maybe once a week do 8. But 6 and 7 you could do daily.
Okay.
I mean, because that's really the bread and butter. Like the other things enhance 6 and 7, but if you've been doing some of the stuff that we've been doing for a while, you can just jump to 6 and 7.
Okay.
Every once in a while it's a tune-up, do the whole thing, but 6 and 7 were very important.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Fabulous
You're
weekend.
Yeah, good.
Question,
Mhm.
would you use segment 8 as a standalone practice?
Yeah, you could.
If so, when is a good time to do it?
I just wouldn't do it right before bed. You could do it in the evening. You could do it if you get up and do meditation in the morning, you could do it then. I kind of like doing stuff like that in the morning, just so when you come out and you have like a busy day and you're reflecting on the day and you're like, I got to get all these things done. You kind of have the attitude of, I have all these things to get done. Some of them are stressful, but it's all chill. But that will depend on your personality. But I would say morning is a good time to do it.
Go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam.
Hey.
Hi. So I just wanted to share really quick. So I kind of had this uneasy feeling, and it kind of was. I know I can do certain things to work with it, but sometimes I don't know why I'm getting this thing where I want to like hold on to it for a little bit just to make sure that it's like I want to make sure like the feeling is real, or I'm not like, how do I say, like overreacting. So anyhow, doing this it just kind of really helped, just that it was just an uneasy feeling because I felt like I was stuck between I feel like I was kind of just being like pushed back and forth with the situation at work. Like some people were saying, oh, you shouldn't give him any chocolate milk because, you know, the day you're not here, he's not going to want to get on the bus if he doesn't have a chocolate milk. And then they're saying like, no, it's okay to give him a chocolate milk because it's, you know, it's, let's say let's say a day they're giving food and there's something he doesn't eat. Well, chocolate milk is the only thing this kid's going to drink, you know? So, you know, I just felt like in the middle, I was like, well, and then like other situations kind of like that. Well, don't give her the computer the whole morning. And I'm thinking, what's wrong with giving her the computer whole morning? It's free time, you know? And there's just so many different things going on like this at work. And I just felt like, oh, this is so like irritating because it's like we're all different and I get it, right? And everybody has different opinions, but I just feel like they're nitpicking on these little, you know, dumb things that I just feel like, anyway, so long story short, this really did help because I had that feeling of like, I just felt like uneasy about it. I was just kind of like a little bit frustrated about it, but it really helped today just to kind of clear it up. It's like,
Good. You know, this is what I would say about that. I don't know that it's going to help, but you know, in psychological approaches, like back in the old days, you know, what can I say, old, like 20 years ago. It's not that old, but makes me feel young when I say stuff like that. There was a little bit of like a template, like you need to get people up to a certain place, right? You need to get them to a certain place that we're all striving for. And then the Dalai Lama came along and started working with neuropsychologists and things. And it became like different people are in different places and not everything is good for everybody. And it's not that it's not good. Sometimes people aren't capable of reaching a particular like state in their life. And it became where you started to evaluate situations, which takes more energy, on a case by case basis. Like you have to kind of evaluate the situation. You go, okay, this might be good for this person, but for this other person, maybe not so great, right? And you look at the thing with the chocolate milk. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about special needs kids, but when I did therapy with them, that was one of the things where they were very particular in the things that they ate. And sometimes you just got to get calories in them. And, you know, people's opinions aside, case by case basis. The computer situation, case by case basis. And it might even be this week, it might be good for her to be on the computer. Next week, with all the activity, not very good. Like, so I think like having a prejudged or a predetermined way of handling something can be okay sometimes. Like, it's like, this is the gist of what we're trying to do, but there also has to be adaptability within the system just to, basically you have to have max flex in the situation to keep everything flowing, harmonious, and doing what's potentially best for the child. Because sometimes trying to do what the template is, not only is not helpful, sometimes it could be harmful. And so not everybody's going to agree with that, probably at your workplace, but don't get in trouble, but don't bow down to just doing everything like a template. Does that make sense?
yeah, it does. And that's the whole thing about like, you know, special needs is each kid has their own like IEP. It's
Each kid,
individual.
I mean,
you know,
not just special needs, even other people, like you could stand 10 people in a row and say, okay, they each have the same problem, and the way to resolve it might be 9 or 10 different ways, you know, and they're not even special needs. They're just different background, different religion, different economic background, different ages, you know, different parts of the country, you know, all those things factor into how do we move forward in this situation.
yeah, and one of the other things is like we're like in a economically disadvantaged campus, right? And
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of like we're some of these people's like TLC, like we're
Yeah.
Where is it? You know, where's the humanitarian part of some of these people? Don't give them a chocolate milk. Why not? Like,
Yeah.
you know how many chocolate milks get thrown away in the trash like all day long?
Yeah. And special needs kids, there's a different set of operating parameters with special needs kids. I mean, you can't just treat them like other kids.
Thank you, Greg. Either way, that just kind of helped because I was a little frustrated about it.
Good. Yeah.
And then someone shared, that was really great. These teachings are always when most needed. I
Yeah.
missed yesterday's portion, but yet I feel so much lighter about a certain work situation
Yeah.
that I was feeling entangled with.
Good. Good, good, good. Hey, Peter.
You mentioned something about special needs. I found out about a very famous person named Temple Grand. Has anybody heard of Temple Grand?
Yes.
Okay. She deals with autism,
Mhm.
the 4 functions of the brain, and how different people learn things.
Mhm.
What she's a master at,
Mhm.
because she has.
Hmm.
So I don't know if that applies.
Asperger's.
Huh?
Asperger's.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's it.
How often do we do segment 1?
You could do it daily if you fill up to it.
And then just to clarify, do segment 8 once a week in the morning?
Yeah, I would probably do it once a week. You could actually get to where you do it daily, but at first do it once a week. You could do it in the evening, just don't do it right before bed. Do it maybe a few hours before bed, but maybe ideal for most people might be in the morning because you get to capitalize on the mental processes that get stimulated throughout the day. You're really wanting to kind of bring intuition. It's you. We all use intuition to a certain extent, but you want to bring it more into the life and recognize it for what it is and harness it for what it does.
What if you don't feel peaceful? What if your neck is hurting and you feel super emotional now?
Your neck is hurting, that could cause the emotion unless there's something in particular that's coming up. I resolved the neck issue. It might have been, I don't know if it was before the Lama Yoga or not, but put something on that's relaxing to the neck. You know, if you had the violet healer, that's good. Some lavender, some marjoram, do something to resolve some of that. And is the emotion like anger or sadness, or do we know?
I'll let them. Sadness.
Sadness. Did you do the body wisdom class last weekend?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say there's a pattern in there for sadness. Sometimes it's things that are stuck in the connective tissue. Sometimes it's maybe unresolved things in the past. Um, uh, do the back transmutation part several times. The Ming Men back heart crown, all 3 at the same time. I think it's something coming up from your past. It's not necessarily an incident, but it's just like a pattern that when you start to relax, you start to heal, it pops up a little bit. So just keep breaking it down so that it can pass like watching clouds pass through the sky. Yeah,
Any
and if
specific
it,
way?
um, mm, let me look real quick. Hold on. Have them use galbanum. Use galbanum. Yeah. Eventually, for this one particular person, not for everybody, but this one particular person, use galbanum for a while, maybe a few days to a week, then switch over to ginger lily. It will help. It will help the thing that's buried deep pass easier. Yeah.
Go ahead, son.
And if it keeps flaring up, email us and let us know, okay?
Go ahead, Sonia, then Denise.
Hey, Miss Sonia.
What salt bath it's best would fit best with
Ooh,
this?
salt bath. It's a good one. I'm still sitting with it. Give me a sec here. Lang Lang. Do Lang Lang bath. If you don't have Lang Lang, do let me look something up real quick. You don't have Lang Lang, do Willpower, or do patchouli. Lang Lang, patchouli, or frankincense.
Original willpower, okay?
Yep.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Miss Denise.
It was a wonderful class. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
good.
I
My
did
pleasure.
last night. I was good, and then I kind of had like you were one person. I had a lot of tears and just sadness. And it makes sense when you said it, maybe this soft tissues and all.
It'll be
But
soft tissue.
I do have ginger lily. So what should I just kind of do the same thing, then stick with the Ming Main, back heart, crown, and do ginger lily? Or if only if I get a lot of sadness.
Did you do the body wisdom last weekend?
No.
Use the ginger lily, but for you, instead of doing the Ming Men, back heart, and crown,
Okay.
think of situations in your life.
Just situations.
Yeah. Just like look outward and then inhale the ginger lily.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And then if that doesn't resolve it, let me know, but I think that will resolve it for you.
I can't quite remember what I did last night. I feel like I kind of prayed and I breathed into it, and then it kind of just dropped off at a certain point. Do you know what I mean? So it's pretty much exactly what you said, right? Just adding ginger.
Yeah. So the thing with sadness is like sometimes it's about things going on. Sometimes it's things from the past. Sometimes it's like stuck in the connective tissue. Sometimes it's just, you don't even know why.
Yeah.
You know, And the thing is like you want it to move through, you don't want it to get stuck. And when I look at it, like your potential for getting stuck is like, you know, the situations where the other person, they needed to work it through those centers. But for you, I think it's just your situations that could potentially make you get stuck.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're so
Great class, guys.
Anybody here need to say something? Want to say something? Okay, guys. Yes, yes.
So on the, some of the other three brain protocols that are the sex, front chakra, front solar plexus and crown brain, it didn't matter if we went up or down. And this one seems to be specifically.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit more specific, like working them from the bottom up. So she's saying, like in some of the past classes where we touched on three brain, it didn't really matter. In the beginning, you're just trying to get used to it. But when you work them like from the bottom up, you're changing the state of the body, of the emotions, like, you know, like what we would call like our place of comfort is like really what you're saying is like the state of the body, state of the emotion, state of the mind. So when you're working them up, you're making that, you're kind of cleaning it up and you're making it more flexible. When we start to do things from the top down, you're breaking down thought forms that are in those areas, but also in the body. So we'll get to that at some point.
And I also noticed that the transmutation has so far always been going up.
Yeah, you usually start with the body with that.
Right, with the being that, and then that will stay consistent.
No. Yeah. So like, so she's asking like the Mingmen back heart crown is always on its way up. She goes, that'll stay consistent. So when the soul starts dropping more information in, it comes in through the crown and it gets kind of processed in the heart. You see this in the Egyptian tradition where certain deities have like this like little weird hat on and they have a big red ball on their head. That's actually symbolizing the red permanent seed in the heart. So it's symbolizing there's a downpouring and then you sit with it in the heart, right? And so then you kind of can process it to then take action. The heart is the entry point for the lower realm or the realm of the incarnated soul. Then the Ming Men, we always think of it as moving things up, but part of what the Ming Men does as well is it moves things down to bring them into form. You know, almost like going in reverse, the Ming Men will move it down to the sex chakra that then drops it into form. But there needs to be a certain kind of cleanup before we start doing that. That's why I've never really taught it. I've taught it a little tiny bit, but not much. The Mingwen can move it both ways. The heart can move it both ways. The crown can move it both ways. And if you were ever able to meditate on the soul, like we always think of the soul as dropping energy down, the soul also moves energy up. Like it goes both ways, right? So it's very similar. The Ming Men is very similar to the mechanisms of the incarnated soul and the higher soul. Like if you understand the Ming Men, you get the incarnated soul, you get the higher soul. And then it just starts to be this channel that things move up and down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So in theory, if you have a great download, like, you know, you've had download, but you don't know what in the world it is because you haven't actually processed it and like gotten it. That's when you would do that. Not that I'm going to.
Yeah, so she's saying like when you get a download, that's kind of what you do. Like an inner transmission usually comes in like up in the head, the crown and the blue pearl. But then if you can open up the channel, that's why doing the stuff with the vagus nerve and the medulla is so important, is it moves energy from the heart to the crown and from the crown to the heart. And so the vagus nerve moves it more up, the medulla more down, right? And so part of what happens is, you know, we think of a download of like, oh, this overwhelming thing. It starts to be drip, 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 because if you're processing it, you're not getting, you're getting drip, drip, drip. So you see like in the Hindu tradition, they'll have Shiva sitting above the head about 12 inches and then wearing like Rudrakshas, right? You know, those little like seed looking things that you get in the new age stores or in the, you know what I mean? Yeah, they're little seeds. And they say if you've ever seen one of those trees, the shell around the Rudraksha is blue, like the blue pearl. It's very, you know, gorgeous, right? And then you peel that off, and then you have the Rudraksha inside. And so they'll say the Rudraksha or that kind of tree represents the tears of Shiva. And so, you know, you'll hear like new agey people go, oh, if you have sadness or something, hug the tree, and nothing wrong with hugging a tree, right? But that's not what the teaching is, right? Then in the Jewish tradition, they'll say, keep myrrh on the forehead until it drips down, like until it drips down. So if you take it literal, you go, I should really keep a lot of myrrh on my head until it drops down into my face, right? Or like, you know, keep it so moist that it's just constantly drizzling down. But what's happening is both the idea of Shiva, where it's the tears of Shiva, or on the forehead, where it's you keep it there until it drips down. It's the dripping down into the heart. Drip, 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 drip. And so what happens when it's like dripping is you start integrating it and taking action, and you start putting it into all these motions, and it just starts to be like it comes down and then I act on it. You almost start to develop a muscle memory of it. And even the idea of developing muscle memory in the Buddhist tradition is the prayer will. Like when you're spinning the wheel, you're bringing it down, but you're moving your arm in such a way where you're training your somatic nerves to like take that energy and then draw it down into the body to act on it. So the idea of utilizing that prayer wheel, the prayer wheel itself, because it's spinning clockwise and it has like Om Mani Padme Hum or something on it, you're drawing the energy down, but then you're manually moving the prayer wheel so that almost instantaneously you're taking action, and it teaches the nervous system, when this comes down, you act. So the drip, 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 drip is eventually you taking action in the physical world to the downpour that happens, right? And then as you start taking action, you start to establish like a kind of order both internally and externally. And as you do that, the Mingmen regulates, and instead of needing to transmute up, it takes energy and starts dropping it into the earth. As it drops into the earth, you start bringing light to the area that's below your feet, and you're basically, I don't know like the proper way to say this, but basically you're diminishing the consequences of your sins, because the consequences of your sins aren't here, they're below your feet. That's why you see, before you stand next to the fire, you take your sandals off or you do whatever. That's why we wash our feet. Like the mixing is the negative energy or the negative behaviors mixes with the energy of the earth and like kind of physicalizes it. That's why like the knee down, but especially the feet, is the dirtiest part of our aura, is like we're mixing in with our past behaviors. Like, you know, our past, it's not even like naughtiness, but it's the negative aspects of the elements is what you're mixing with. And so by cleaning the feet and doing all that, you're elevating the elements to like a more proper expression versus a negative expression. So you see this like in the Dharma protectors, you know, like in the Buddhist tradition, they'll have a hat that has like 5, it looks like a Native American, like with the feathers, but it's like these panels, right? And then at the top, so there's the 5 panels, and then there's like these little, they look like little stones. And it means the transmutation of the elements. And then in the hat, like I'll show you a picture of mine. Like it has the elements, it has the 7 classic planets, which is also the transmutation of the emotions, where you move from being influenced by the earth to being influenced by the 7 classical planets, like all these aspects. All that symbolizes the transmutation of the elements and the cultivation of like eternal life, or being more conscious and aware of like higher states of awareness, higher states of being, you could say. So the Native Americans did it with their like the chief would have eagle plumes on their head. But if you look at it, it looks almost identical to like the Buddhist hat. Like they look almost identical. And then you see in different traditions, they use different hats in different configurations, but it's all actually, even the wizard hat, like in Harry Potter, that it comes up like at a point, it's to move the elements up to be refined and transmuted. And then if you notice the evil wizards, the hat's not pointed, it's bent. No transmutation. Yeah. Think about even in the old days, the dunce hat. Go sit in the corner, put on the dunce hat. They sit there for a minute, and all of a sudden they behave better. It's because the elements got moved up. Yeah.
We have another.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Great class. When I get relaxed into the 3 brains and harmonizing all 3, I start to get images come through, but they feel pretty weak or blurry right now. Any tips for a newbie on relaxing into it so that they come through? Anywhere I could put my attention or flip the switch on more?
Yeah. So if you want, it will happen over time. Just keep practicing it. But if you want to accelerate it, right before you go to bed, chant Om Mani Padme Hum, like for 5-10 minutes. And so what that does is that increases your potential for being aware in higher states of consciousness, higher states of awareness. And so at first you'll be a little bit more aware, but at some point you start to become so aware that like pieces of information, you're like, that's a piece of information. You can latch onto it and then bring it back down into your conscious awareness. Like, you bring it into conscious awareness with intention. Like, I need to remember that. And you bring it in. You learn a lot more in the inner worlds while you're dreaming than you realize. You just don't remember. Sometimes a person who seems like they're wise, they're just better at remembering. That's all. That's all it is.
Would you chant slow or fast?
You could say there's merits for both. More energy is when it's like slow and with a gap. Like if you watch how this feels. Om Mani Padme Hum. You notice like it's relaxing, they're soothing, like you can feel almost like a kind of movement, right? Now, when you do it fast, You almost have to kind of do it like really fast. And what it does is if you have monkey mind, it will calm that down. So, but you have to do it really fast because like when you do it fast, it's like trying to do the 3 brains at once. At some point, the logical mind goes, I give up, right? So you would go, Om mani padme hum, 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 Om. And you notice like when you do that, it doesn't quite have the body relaxation, but if your mind's going bap, 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 it makes the mind calm down. So you just keep doing several cycles of that. And the goal is to do it a little faster and a little faster and a little faster. Because like soon as you start to think, you'll go, oh mani padme hum, oh mani padme hum, you know, you almost have to let the mind go, like the logical mind, to be able to do it. Because as soon as you start thinking, you mess up. So whichever way you want to do it. I do them both, by the way. Like, so I would say it's not an either or, just kind of fit it to where you're at.
And they ended with saying, I get so excited, something comes up and focus so hard that I feel like I'm getting in my own way.
Probably do the Om Mani Padme Hum fast. Do that for a little while. And if you mess up, just like shake it off, keep moving. Like it's, even somebody's really seasoned, like you'll be doing it for 20 minutes and then you go, yeah, I got to go to the store. You know, I got to do, and then you start flubbing it. You know what I mean? So just get used to going, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And then like my little trick is I'll do it and then I'll go, Om. And then when I stop, I put my awareness on the nose, because when you put your awareness on the nose, it anchors the mind, right? And when the mind is anchored on the tip of the nose, your mind will go quiet as well. So like I work out trying to keep the mind quiet. And then when I stop, I put my awareness on the tip of the nose. Like there's whole practices in Buddhism that's just, the practice is awareness on the tip of the nose. That's it. Like that is it. They don't even do mantra. They just sit, they monitor their breath, their awareness on the tip of their nose. They do it for a couple hours a day. Yeah.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
You know, like I have sensory integration problems, but so like if someone talks too fast or there's too much stimulus to process, then I get over agitated and I can't calm. I can't sleep or I can't calm down. So would that fast?
It might. I would probably do the slower, like, and so they're slow, and then they're slow, like you're trying to get a baby to go to sleep. You know, like even if I go Om Mani, but if you're trying to get a baby to go to sleep, you go Om Mani. And I find that like when you're wanting to calm something down like that, bless a situation that is like agitated so that more energy is flowing through you, and you're trying to get a baby to go to sleep, but you're directing more energy outward, and as the energy passes through you, it's very soothing to the body and to the nerves and all that.
Direct the energy outward.
Yeah, direct it to like one of the wars or to people who are fighting, or you know, some situation where you just know of a bunch of people misbehaving or something. You just Om Mani Padme Hum. Really soft. That should help that.
Very nice. Great questions, great class.
Yeah. Okay, you guys, thanks for joining us, and What are we doing next weekend?
Next
Oh,
weekend.
remember Wednesday night is a study group for this class, right? So we'll practice something out of this class, or sometimes I even add things that weren't in the class. So Wednesday night, 7 Central Time, there's a little like 45-minute hour study group. Sometimes they go a little longer, but I try to keep it under an hour. And then next weekend is
The vital, vagus nerve.
Yeah,
The
so-
physical and spiritual aspects of the vagus nerve.
like, so the spiritual and physical aspects of the vagus nerve, which we did in August. So for almost everybody, it's probably a review class. So join us if you can.
Zodiac, when is that class?
Was it the 17th,
The
18th?
zodiac class is
I can look up Zodiac class is 18th and 19th.
of November.
Of November.
Mhm.
We think before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's off.
Yeah.
What's the next class?